Good morning. So we got the open under 75, which is kind of interesting. Doesn't really give the Bears an edge, but that puts Bulls on the back foot. Dead? Asking for a friend. I haven't even looked at that stack in like a couple of months. What's it doing? Jesus. Yeah. It doesn't look like they've ever made money again. Maybe because their products suck. For the Beyond chart, yeah, it's not pretty. Hmm. The UK deal and the big announcement are two separate events. Yeah, but the UK trade deal press conference is supposed to be at 10. And then AI CEOs are also testifying in a Senate hearing at the same time, which should be amazing to watch. Hmm. I don't know if his testimony. I don't know if his testimony would have any effect on financial markets. Like, I want to watch it because I want to see how incompetent he is, but it seems unnecessary. Is the deal with the UK even significant? Yeah. I mean, it's probably the lowest hanging fruit in terms of a trade deal. And they are, depending on the sector, one of our top five trade 10, 5 to 10 trade partners. Range Rovers were never great rooms. They've always been pieces of shit. I think the content of the deal will be what matters as a framework for future deals. Pretty sure lifted smart cars were never not great. A little bit of resistance here at like 70. Not a lot, but a little. The UK were concerned about the film tariff. Does the UK export a lot of film? Like, I know they have a film industry. Let's Any tips on buying a car in this market? Are you gonna lease or buy? I would say leasing is largely more advantageous right now, given the significantly lower interest rates, 0 versus like 10%. Um, Especially if you have like an LLC or a business with any kind of income that you can write it off against. Just find the highest interest rate, lowest payment, then buy, declare bankruptcy, and you keep the car. You have to buy it with a credit card, though. Was this really the stream? Listening to you eat in the morning with no manners? No. Sometimes we talk about foreskins and cum socks, too. Listening to you eat is the treat we all stay 6 hours for. Picture this, you have 50, 60, 560p's expiring 516, 30% down. Hang in for dear life in hopes that we come back down, or hold on to turn it into 60% when Trump announces. I don't even know what the fuck SPY is trading at. Hmm. You didn't want to sell them yesterday. Hmm. We haven't broken out above like 56.96 yet, so I would still say that there's some chance that this could fail. I don't know if that's going to happen on the back of Trump trying to make a bunch of bullish announcements though. It's a bit risky. So this lets you find the divergence in historic and implied vol in the stocks that we track on the 10, 30, 60, 90 day. This can help you find some arbitrage opportunities and volatility, um, or help you identify long vol, short vol positioning, potentially to your own benefit. So it's not super complex, but it's a pretty useful tool. Ooh. Getting close to the 50 test and starting to fill the downside gap a bit. There is some support at 50. Be warned. Please check Discord audio. Nope. All right. Okay. Sketchers. Jesus fucking Christ. They announced bankruptcy or something? What in the fuck is going on? Oh, is it a buyout? Buyout? Yeah. Hmm. Well, that's neat. Who's buying them? Oh, 3G Capital. Wants to take them private. That, huh. Imagine buying Skechers at 80 and then getting fucking bought out at 63. Rough. How we make money on that? Buyout doesn't go through. Oh, so they're gonna bankrupt them? Probably. Trump's been bagging JPOW on True Social, but he keeps iterating how much he actually likes him. He's just very upset that he didn't cut rates. He still needs to say that he's going to attempt to remove him from his position again. Which he's just one dementia episode away from saying, so we're close. So they are going to go bankrupt then. Oh, got 5 minutes till the trade deal. Let's see if anything spicy's going on out of the money. A lot of bot pets right now. Bulls. There's some bot calls coming in at 5,700 and to the upside. A few just came in at 70. Some of the 55 puts closing. Ooh, getting a bunch of bot call interest. Some 70s, 70 calls took profit. Bot call still coming in at 55, 60, 65. Some at 75 and 85 and 5,700. So maybe a bounce. Yes, moving back up to retest VWAP. Possibly. Where do we have resistance? A little bit of resistance at 70 and 75. Oh. Inverse head and shoulders at 58. It slipped a little bit, which isn't a great look. Still some bot calls around spot 60, 65. Resistance at 70 on sold calls. Some out of the money bot puts coming in 35.30. Out of the money bot calls 5,700, 5,725. That could be maybe buy to close on those. Yeah, I think so. Not a lot of short puts coming in. Failure on this bounce could mean a breakdown of 50. Hmm. Hmm. Day's looking choppy. This range is just kind of choppy. Like 50 to 70, 75. AGL looks terrible. Looks like it's selling off super hard following earnings. Although it does look like they beat. Could be shorts. Big drop in their cash on hand. Yeah, it might be some shorting. Might also just be that their cash on hand dropped pretty hard. The breakout's starting to fail. Some of the 65 calls sold off there. Still 60 and 55 calls acting as support here. Not anymore. Is he? AP and Fox both aren't showing anything. I saw that he resumed the attacks on JPAD, but he still hasn't threatened to remove him from office again. Just saying he really dislikes him, but also likes him. He's being careful with what he says. For now. 5650 is really important here. If we fail it, we open up the test at delta neutral, gamma neutral to the downside. Failure of GN could mean a retest at 5600. I hope one day I can just give you my money and you can trade it without any sort of need to communicate with me. That way I'd stop losing money. You gotta trade your own money. Nobody's made any deals, Bob. That's the secret. I've been trying to for years. I've just lost continuously the entire time. Have you tried maybe changing things up? You're clearly doing something wrong over and over again. Just do the opposite. Yeah, I mean, technically. Ooh, there goes 50. This is fun. A long time ago, Greg said support resistance TA was a smart thing to use with Gamma Strike. I still think about that. Yeah. Are you telling me that these 0.02 delta 0 GTs are not going to make me money over the long term? Probably not. Inverse yourself. All your instincts are wrong. Learn from George Costanza. Trading's super easy. Just don't lose money. Yeah, actually. Especially with my job interfering. Maybe that's the issue. I could just dump my money in a Gherkin ETF that you gamble out with. I'd have better odds. Maybe you're trying to trade intraday when you have a fucking full-time job, and that's just screwing you over. Could be greed. You're not probably lack of appropriate profit taking. Time to quit your job? I don't think so. paradox of the job getting in the way of trading, but the job is funding the trading. Alternatively, just don't trade time frames that your job would interfere with. You know? Congratulations, Quick Name. That's awesome, man. What is profit and how do I take it? It's when your contract is green and then you close it for more money than you bought it for. Or less money than you sold it for. Well, I'm not going to gamble your money anytime soon, Thor my bueno. What if quitting your job would make you a profitable trader? After multiple years with no success? You need to have profit before you can take it? Ideally. Only 10% until my put prints. Not 10% on the contract. 10% on the index. That's not how that works, Quick Name. Who's supposed to speak? Trump? Yeah, this is supposed to be his big announcement. He's doing the Putin thing where he makes the press corps wait for an extra 50 minutes. While he does his vocal exercises in the mirror. Can someone make me a meme of Trump standing in a mirror, pointing at himself and saying, "You are beautiful"? He's back there downing beers with egg stuff. Remember when he used to do that dumb handshake thing where he'd yank people? Yes, I do. Orange man speaking. Mirror. You're beautiful. Oh, look, back to 50. How exciting. Ooh, Sam Altman's testifying at the Senate. God, why am I watching this? I'm missing out on so much bullshit being said. Senators just licking Sam Altman's ass while he spouts nonsense. Both is good. Oh my god, but then I would need a third, like, little window for news. That's too many. It'd take me like 3 to 4 hours to set that up. Someone's still buying puts at 50. There's a few calls at 55 and 50, but not much to the upside above that. There's a little gap to the downside at 49 here. I'm not sure we filled it. We might have. I think we did. Yeah, we did. A few more bot calls coming into the upside. Bot puts sold calls still at 50. Building out a synthetic short, it looks like. So pretty bearish if this falls back below 50 here. Some of the in the money delta's falling off still too. If bulls get it out above 55 though, they'll push it up before failure. Looking 20 minutes late. Mm, that was interesting. Quite a bit of profit taking on that wick up. It's rejecting there. Falling back below 55. UK to cut tariff, US to cut tariffs on UK made cars to 10%. US UK deal to cut beef tariffs close to zero. Senior Republicans want to pay for it, but US House Republicans want to add 60 billion farm bill package to Trump mega bill. US senior Republicans want to pay for it by shifting some SNAP food aid benefits costs to states for the first time. Still getting bought puts, sold calls at 50. Huh. Higher there, but lower on ES. NQ, also lower than the high. Interesting. Hmm. Sold calls at 60. Some bot calls at 65, 75. Still quite a lot of bot puts. Is this bullish? Not yet. Hmm. A few bot puts coming in at 60. Bot calls at 65. Some bot calls at 75. Hmm. Yes, retested VWAP. Hmm. Yes, falling back below VWAP. A little bit less support at 50 now. Should this continue to fail? Definitely getting a little bit of profit taking on the bounce up there from 60. Inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute on ES with that low test. Looks like that might fail. Hmm. 55 here. Bot puts at 60 and 50. Bot calls to the upside of 60 though. Curious. Yeah, I'm not sure who's gonna win this. Bulls are a bit out of the money. Bears are arguably a little bit better positioned here after buying puts on the upside move. Inverse head and shoulders failed. A little bit right there. Hmm. Synthetic short at 60 and synthetic short at 50. Hmm. 5 years rocketing. Good. Is he just never coming on? It's a possibility. Hmm. Hmm. EF slipping 56.73 again. Dumps. Got a new low. 50 test. Remember, the synthetic long at or synthetic short at 50 is supportive. So careful of a small bounce. The smaller the bounce, the more bearish, but it's annoying to trade. You just have to be patient and wait for more important levels. But yes, I agree. So the market's waiting on news, but it's not getting it, so it's chopping a bunch. Hmm. If we get another test of 50 here, bearish. Because this is not an impressive bounce by any measure. It was actually decent volume, but very low range. So bulls will get stuffed. Some bot puts coming in at 45 and 35. Upside bot calls have fallen off. Now there's nothing until out at like 70, 75. So most of the profits taken there. There's a synthetic short at 60 and 50. They're not huge, but they're decent. It seems all the upside calls are sold at this point until you get out to like 57.10. There's some long calls. Left a little gap at 54 there. Right here. There's the second test of 50 off of the weak bounce as described. It's just bleeding. New low on ES. Yep, there it goes. Mhm. I still have that gap at 54. It's right here. Filled.
Today's agreement with the UK is the first in a series of agreements on trade that my administration has been negotiating over the past 4 weeks. With this deal, the UK joins the United States in affirming that reciprocity and fairness is an essential and vital principle of international trade. The deal includes billions of dollars of increased market access for American exports, especially in agriculture, dramatically increasing access for American beef, ethanol, and virtually
Jesus fucking Christ.
products produced by our great farmers. And our secretary, as you know, of agriculture is here. Brooke, thank you very much for being here. You'll let the farmers know. In addition, the UK will reduce or eliminate numerous non-tariff barriers that unfairly discriminated against American products, but this is now turning out, I think, really to be a great deal for both countries because it'll be really great for the UK also. So they're opening up the country. Their country is a little closed, and we appreciate that. They'll also be fast-tracking American goods through their customs process, so our exports go to a very, very quick form of approval, and there won't be any red tape. Things are going to move very quickly both ways. The final details are being written up in the coming weeks. We'll have it all very conclusive, but the actual deal is a very conclusive one. We think just about everything's been approved. So good for both countries, and we'll also receive new market access for American chemicals, machinery, and many other industrial products that weren't allowed, and they'll end up getting products that they'll be able to price, and if they like them better and we make great products, they'll be buying those products, but they were not available in the UK. Furthermore, in a historic step, the deal includes plans that will bring the United Kingdom into the economic security alignment with the United States.
Rejected on the synthetic short. Less support at 50 now.
That's very important, and we feel very, very comfortable with that because it's been a great ally. One of our great allies. I mean, a lot of people say our greatest ally. I don't want to insult people by saying that, but I can say it's certainly one of our greatest, and right at the top, and they're the first one we're talking about. And by the way, we have many meetings planned today and tomorrow, and every country wants to be making deals. And we have a meeting, as you know, Scott will be going over to Switzerland on Saturday, and that'll be very, very interesting. Let's find out, but I think they want to make a deal very badly too. Both countries have agreed that the economic security is national security, and will be working together as allies to ensure that we have a strong industrial base.
That was fun. Straight to delta neutral.
Protections for key technologies and industries like steel. Steel is a big factor. Both countries will become stronger with steel and things necessary for military. You know, we used to build ships.
Sell the news.
Literally at a level that nobody's ever seen.
Apparently.
We haven't. We've eased up, and I would say that the UK certainly eased up, but now we're going to be uneasy. We work together.
Bigger support at 30 and 25. 20, 30 and 20.
For his partnership in this matter, the special relationship and external bond. It's really an external and an internal bond between our two countries will soon be stronger than ever before, and we really do. We have a great relationship. I want to just say that the representatives of UK have been so professional, and it's been an honor doing business with all of them, and in particular the Prime Minister. And I'd like to introduce him now to say a few words. Mr. Prime Minister, please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. President, Donald, and this is a really fantastic, historic day in which we can announce this deal between our two great countries, and I think it's a real tribute to the history that we have of working so closely together. Can I pay tribute, Donald, to your negotiating team as well, particularly yes. Howard and Jameson, who've done an incredible job, a very professional job, and my team as well. Two negotiating teams have worked at pace now for a number of weeks to bring in this deal today. Really important deal. This is going to boost trade between and across our countries. It's going to not only protect jobs but create jobs, opening market access. And as you say, Donald, the timing couldn't be more apt, because not only was it 80 years ago today that victory came for Europe after and at the end of the Second World War, but of course on that day the UK and the US stood together as the closest of allies. And Donald, I think even down to the hour, because you may or may not know that it was about this time of day, exactly 80 years ago, that Winston Churchill announced victory in Europe, and that led to great celebrations across Europe, across America, but particularly in the United Kingdom. Literally people going out into the street, putting bunting up, going up to the palace. And so to be able to announce this great deal on the same day, 80 years forward, almost at the same hour, and as we were 80 years ago, with the UK and the US standing side by side, I think is incredibly important and makes this truly historic. That close relationship has endured over those 80 years. As you know, Donald, when it comes to defence and security and intelligence sharing, of course, there are no two countries that are closer than our two countries. And now we take this into new and important territory by adding trade and the economy to the closeness of our relationship. It is built, as you say, on those notions of fairness and reciprocal arrangements. We've always had a fair and balanced arrangement between our countries. This builds on that, hugely important for sectors like car manufacturing and for steel and aluminium and so many others. And yes, we can finish ironing out some of the details, but there's a fantastic platform here, including, of course, on the tech side, where I think I'm right in saying we're the only two Western countries with trillion-dollar sectors when it comes to tech. And in the end, it comes down to, as you say, Donald, economic security is national security. On national security, we've been absolutely the closest of allies for so many years, keeping the peace through that close alliance, that friendship. And we add to that this deal on trade and the economy. And I want to thank you for your leadership on that, Donald, and for the way in which your team have negotiated this. And I'm so pleased that we've got this deal, we've finalised it, and we've built an incredible platform for the future. So thank you so much. Donald, I'm now going to go and do a press conference. I think you have your press in with you. But on the details, I think if you've got Howard, we can deal with that through one of my team.
That's great. Well, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. It's an honor. We're going to have a continued, maybe a better relationship than ever before. You know, I don't know if the media knows, but the U.S. and U.K. have been working for years to try and make a deal. And it never quite got there.
Yeah.
It did with this Prime Minister. So I want to just congratulate you.
Well, with this President, this Prime Minister, we've managed to achieve what many people have tried to achieve for many years.
That's right.
And I'm really pleased, and it feels completely historic and on a special 80-year anniversary as well. So, Donald, thank you so much. It's really good to have got this deal over the line. Tribute to both teams, tribute to our countries, and tribute to your leadership.
Thank you. Well, it really is a great thing. And you go do your press conference, and I'll see you soon. Maybe speak to you later. But thank you very much. And an incredible thing. I can't tell you that for so many years, even as I sat, everybody talked and talked and talked about a deal with, it just seemed like a natural deal, but it was not done. But now it was done with us. So I feel very proud to have been a part of it. Keir, thank you very much.
Thanks, Donald, and we'll speak again soon.
Very good. So long. Bye. I do this? Why don't I have our Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, give a little description of the deal pretty quick, and then the good side, the very nice side, we'll be speaking about it also, maybe, from so you get a pretty equal. I think it's a very, it's just been a deal that was, we thought, very complicated. It became very simple. It's opening up the country that we really didn't have the kind of access to that I would have thought. I was surprised. I think it's why the deal never got done before. It was, you know, they've been working on this deal for 25 years. And we got it done, and we got it done. Really, it's going to be great for both countries. So, Howard, if you could go, and then somebody else, you may have, you'll pick whoever you want who'd like to do it. I have a feeling you're going to do it, right? So you guys go ahead, and then we'll take questions right after that. But I think you'll get a pretty good understanding of how big it is. It's a very large deal, very big deal. And Howard, go ahead.
So the UK is the 6th largest economy in the world and the 4th largest that we export to, right? So it's a huge market, a top 10 market. If you remember Liberation Day, they were at 10% because we have balanced trade with the UK, right? They say they have a surplus, but of course that counts gold bullion, which is, so let's just call it balanced trade. So how do you open up a market in balanced trade? People think it's impossible. They've always thought it was impossible until President Trump came on the scene and changed the way things work. So here's what we've got. We've opened up new market access, ethanol, beef, machinery, all the agricultural products. They've agreed to open their markets, and that will add $5 billion of opportunity to American exporters. So the question is, why would they do that now? Because they've never done it before. And we still have our 10% tariff on, which will produce $6 billion of revenue for the United States. So the idea was, how do they keep their jobs, protect their economy, and do the best for their people while opening the market for us? And the way is they studied it, their team was exceptional, and they tried to figure out the markets that they're importing from other people and try to send them over to America. So why were they always favoring others and not us? And what they've done is they've found the ways to do that so that we have new access, right? But the UK workers are protected, and that was the balance. So we did a deal with them in automobiles, and you know, if you're not building here, we charge you a 25% tariff. But the president, and by the way, I want to make this clear, while Jameson and I worked hard, this was the president's deal, and people think, oh, that's not the way it works. If you got to sit next to him, I have the best deal maker to my left, and if you don't think that we take advantage of him calling the prime minister and getting that deal done, you don't understand who's the president of the United States. So he's the closer. He gets deals done that we could never get done because he understands business, he understands deals, and that's why we're here today. So he agreed they could send 100,000 cars into America and only pay a 10% tariff. And that protects their car industry. And remember, we do 16 million cars a year. So this is only like 0.6%. But for the UK auto people, this is tens of thousands of jobs that the president agreed that he would protect for them. So he made that deal, right? Then steel and aluminum. Right? Their steel business has been destroyed like everybody else has been destroyed by people dumping steel into their markets. And British Steel had announced it was closing down. So the British government, as part of this deal, nationalized British Steel, and they're going to match the kinds of models we do. They'll put tariffs on, they'll put quotas on. They want to do it with America so they can be part of the resurgence of steel and aluminum in America, and that saves them, again, thousands and thousands of jobs. So if you go step by step, aero and commercial planes, they sell Rolls-Royce engines to Boeing. We've agreed to let Rolls-Royce engines and those kind of plane parts to come over tariff-free. And what you're going to hear today is there's going to be an announcement in the UK that they are buying $10 billion worth of Boeing planes later today, but I'm going to let the name of the airline announce it because that's theirs to do it. Part of this deal was always to do it together and to do it strong, and you can see the numbers on this board. Everything about this board works exceptionally well for the United States of America. It lays out the plan that you can work with us in autos, you can work with us with aero and commercial, you can work with us in pharmaceuticals if you have a supply chain that is secure and protected in national security. So we feel really good about the deal. You've heard the Prime Minister, he feels really good about the deal, right? And we started at 10% and we ended at 10%, and the market for America is better, and this is a perfect example of why Donald Trump produced Liberation Day. People don't understand he gets things done in a matter of time. This would have taken Jameson and I 3 years, maybe. And instead, we got it done in 45 days, certainly, because we work for Donald Trump. So, Jameson, my partner in all this, maybe Jameson, you'd like to talk a little, and then we'll turn it over to the UK.
Sure, happy to do that. Everyone has great remarks. I just have to echo the President and the Prime Minister when we talk about VE Day. This is something we've been waiting for decades, and there's no more appropriate day to do this. And when we step back and we look back a few weeks from now or months from now or years from now, we're going to look back at this day and better appreciate the significance, I think. And I'll just say as well, in terms of negotiating, I mean, the UK negotiators, you know, we've got one right here, did an incredible job, right? This is why you win wars, right? When you act like this. And the ambassador, he knows more about trade than a lot of us here, based on his background. And I would say on this deal, Mr. President, what we've shown is that it is time to change the way we do trade. People said we couldn't do a global tariff. We did a global tariff. They said no one would want to deal with us. People want to deal. They said no one give offers. You saw that stack of offers I showed you yesterday of all those countries. Said we wouldn't get deals, and here we are with a deal with the 6th largest economy. We've agreed to have fair and reciprocal trade, and we've done it in record time.
Thank you very much.
Sir.
Great job.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ambassador, please.
Well, Mr. President, thank you very much indeed in hosting us this morning. And thank you very much indeed also for that very typical 11th hour intervention by you with your phone call to the President, demanding even more out of this deal than any of us expected. So thank you for that. The Prime Minister was delighted, obviously, to take that call late at night. But you took it to another level, and I think the point I would make is twofold. One is that if we're going to rebalance and rebuild international trade in a way that serves all our interests, then we're better doing that together than separately and apart, and that's what we're on a mission to do. But secondly, you've done what you said you would do. You said to the Prime Minister when he came and we visited in the Oval that you would do a good trade deal with the United Kingdom, that you would do it at pace, and that we would be first. And you have delivered that. You know, you've been true to your word. So thank you very much indeed for that. For us, it's not the end. It's it's the end just of the beginning. I mean, there is yet more we can do in reducing tariffs and trade barriers so as to open up our markets to each other even more than we're agreeing to do today. But it also provides us with the platform, the springboard, to do what I think will be even more valuable for both our countries in the future, and that's creating a technology partnership between the United States and the United Kingdom so that we can harness science and technology in order to create future industries and future jobs, and to do that together in the way we work so closely already in the national security and defense area. We can just take that to yet further areas of science, enterprise and endeavor. So we're looking forward to doing that in the coming months. You've launched us extremely well today. It just, in my view, as the Prime Minister has said, just shows what two countries who trust each other, who are confident in each other and are familiar with each other can do, not just for ourselves, but for the rest of the world who need to benefit from a bigger and better international trading system.
Thank you very much. It was beautifully stated. What a beautiful accent, too. I'd like to have that accent. Thank you.
My mother would be proud.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
James Matthews from Sky News.
Yes.
Can I ask, why Britain and high now. And you describe this deal as a full and comprehensive deal, and yet we've just heard from Mr. Mandelson it's the end of the beginning. Clearly, there's much more work still to do.
Yeah.
With respect, are you overstating the reach and significance of this deal? Because you're a president who needs a result at a difficult time.
I think that it's a great deal for both parties. It's for us. We're opened up. I didn't know how closed it was. Quite closed, the market, as you know, the UK, and it opens up a tremendous market for us, and it works out very well, and a lot of assets. You see the chart, and those are tremendous assets. But we've been trying, and when you say why us, meaning your country, we've been trying for years, and they've been trying for years to make a deal, including when I was in the, first term. It would always be people talking, but they weren't getting it done. But for 25 years before that, they were trying always to make a deal, a very significant deal. I actually, until I looked at the numbers, I didn't realize this is a very conclusive deal, but we think we can grow it even from that. But this is a maxed out deal, not like you said it. You said it really incorrectly. This is a maxed out deal that we're going to make bigger, and we make it bigger through growth. But we have tremendous assets involved. I was surprised to see how big your country is in trade, actually. One of the biggest in technology and so many other things. It's agriculture. I really didn't know. It's depending on your definition, it's from 4 to 5 to 6. That's pretty big in the world. So I was very impressed by that. But we're going to take it to new levels. It's a very big deal right now, but I think it is going to grow just of its own volition. It's going to grow, and over time there'll be changes made. There'll be adjustments made because we're flexible.
Still running his mouth.
We can do even better, but it's very conclusive, and we think everyone's going to be happy, and the people of your country are going to be very impressed with.
It's a bit early for the
result.
sundowners to kick
They'll be
in.
able to buy from more people. They'll be able to price things differently. They'll be able to get some products that aren't available to them now that we make better than anybody in the world. And it's just something that it's a great thing that it came together. It's so nice because we have many countries want to make a deal, and many countries are very unhappy.
Gamma neutral being an absolute
We
chad.
happened to choose this one, to be honest with you, but long time. Our
There's
oldest
still
hour,
synthetic
just about.
shorts at 50 and
There's
60.
a couple of people claim that too, but let's put it right at the top. I think it's going to be something very special for UK and special for the United States.
Mr. President,
Yeah, please.
thank you, Mr. President. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. How close are you to more deals, and when do you expect the next to be announced?
Well, very close. We have numerous deals. I know Howard's going back. As soon as this is finished, your press conference, he's got numerous. And Scott, who's right over here, who's fantastic, by the way. You were great on television this morning. I watched you. That was very good. He gave them a little lesson in the world and economics. But Scott's going to be going to Switzerland, meeting with China. And, they very much want to make a deal. We can all play games. Who made the first call? Who didn't make the... It doesn't matter. It only matters what happens in that room. But I will tell you that China very much wants to make a deal. We'll see how that works out. Every country throughout the last 40, 50 years has literally ripped off the United States on trade, on military, on protection, on all the different things. And we are now making fair deals. And in this case, it's great because we really weren't very much involved. You have the European Union, which is, I think you made the right decision years ago. I don't know if you remember, I was opening up Turnberry the day that you were voting. And they asked me, would it happen or would it not happen? I said, no, I think they're going to go their own separate way. I think it's better for them. And they did. I think it's going to end up being a very smart decision. But a big part of that decision was always that you'd be able to make a deal with the United States. And they were unable to do that. But now they made it. And it's a tremendous, it's very important. That was always a big part of your decision on Brexit. And they were never able to make that deal. It was a tough one. And this one it's amazing with time. This one just went very smoothly, went quickly and smoothly, and a lot of common sense, as I like to say. There's tremendous common sense, but it's going to make your country much bigger in terms of trade, and it's going to make our country much bigger in terms of trade, too. Yes, sir. Okay. Go ahead behind you.
Oh, yeah.
And then we'll get you.
BBC. Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned beef.
You're with who?
The BBC.
Oh, good, very nice. They treat me beautifully.
You mentioned beef and beef export. The UK currently doesn't accept American beef because of its own food standards. Are you calling on the UK to accept all American beef and chicken products?
Well, I think they'll take what they want. We have plenty of it. We have every type. We have every classification you could have. As you know, Bobby Kennedy is doing a tremendous job, and he's, I think, probably heading toward your system with no chemical, no this, no that. I mean, I think we're heading that way. It seems to be. And but we have that also. So we're a very big country. We have a lot of beef. We're a very big country, so it'll be great. Yes, yes.
You want me to jump?
Yes, please.
Let's talk about American beef really quickly, and it can't be understated. I'm Brooke Rollins, by the way, how important this deal is and what this means to American farmers and ranchers. Specific to the beef, this is going to exponentially increase our beef exports. And to be very clear, American beef is the safest, the best quality, and the crown jewel of American agriculture for the world. So I think a really important part of this deal isn't just the ethanol reducing tariffs from 19 to 0, which for our row croppers is a huge deal, but also for beef. And as we move forward, I know our incredible trade team is looking at all of the meats, all of the produce, really all of our agriculture exports. And I don't know if there's an industry that has been treated more unfairly and has suffered more than our agriculture industry. So we look forward to, I'll be in the UK on Monday, talking to my counterpart over there for next week, and look forward to moving that out across the country. The president is an
I think we can say that we have the best in the world, best tractors, the best everything in the world, and they say that our agriculture is, second to none. You understand, and it'll be a great asset. People are going to be able to have options, choice, and they'll have more of it. And that
Left a
usually
gap
means
to
lower
the
prices. How
downside
about
at
we'll do you,
60.
then you? Go ahead.
Question for the client TV, Daniel Compatangelo, LA7 to 2000. So congratulations for the deal. We see a big
There's bot calls out of the money still, but on top of the synthetic short here.
Well, we intend to make a deal with Europe. We
Doesn't
have
look
found
like all
that
the bot puts to the
European
downside
Union treated
closed
us
either.
extremely unfairly, very difficult, and hurt themselves in doing so. And they very much want to make a deal. We'll be dealing with them. We are dealing with them currently, so that'll cover pretty much the rest of it. But this was separate because of Brexit in particular. This was a separate deal. It always seems so natural. I mean, all the media would say that this seemed to be like, why did this happen 25 years? Why didn't it happen a long time ago? And it was always amazing to me. Somebody would say, hey, we got to make a deal. We have to make a deal. But this deal just fell into place. The Prime Minister did a fantastic job. His representatives are total professionals, and they got along well, and it just seemed to work. And I think one of the reasons it did is because we blew up the whole system. If we would have just been dealing with you separately or, country by country, we blew up the whole system. It was very fair to very unfair to the United States. And I think because of that, this worked out so nicely. And I'm honored that it was the first deal. Please.
Sir, you mentioned.
Well, why don't you go in the back? Yes.
Oh, thanks, sir. I'm with the London Times. I'd say this is a great day for James Bond because now Aston Martins will be available to American buyers. Will it be even better by extending it to film? You've talked about a big tariff on films, and we'd like to.
Why are there so many
Well, we're gonna have a
5,700
discussion on
calls?
that separately. And as you know, we're putting tariffs on that particular film.
They're sold.
The movie makers. And we're going to be doing some tariffs to get them because a lot of them have left this country. They all live here. The money comes from here. Everything comes from here, but they make them in other countries. So we're going to do something to bring them back, maybe to a large extent. But James Bond has nothing to worry about that, I can tell you. James Bond. And Sean Connery was a friend of mine. Sean Connery was responsible for my getting zoning in Aberdeen. He said, let the bloody bloke build his golf courses. And, I was like 4 years into the process, and it was impossible in Aberdeen. And he just stood up one day and he said that. As soon as he said that, I got the approvals in about 2 minutes. So he was a great guy, Sean Connery, and great character.
Back there later in the year.
Say it.
Are you going to Scotland and to the
Yeah, I will be, sure. It's great. We have a lot of investment over there. We have Turnberry, Aberdeen. We have, as you know, in Doonbeg in Ireland, right on the ocean. They're all in the ocean. I only have interest if they're on the ocean. And we have good investments over there. Been beautiful.
Interesting.
Yes.
Mr. President, if
So
the
can I
talks
sell
go
back
well
off?
this weekend between Secretary Best and Ambassador Greer with their Chinese counterparts, not preemptively,
70
if the talks
toast.
go well, would you then consider lowering the tariff rate on China?
Well, it could be. I mean, we're going to see. Right now, you can't get any higher. It's at 145, so we know it's coming down. I think we're going to have a very good relationship. You know, I always got along very well with President Xi. That relationship was greatly disturbed by COVID when COVID came in, but we get along very well now. I mean, the relationship was hurt with a lot of people, a lot of countries when COVID came in. But I think we're going to have a very good relationship. I expect to have a very good relationship with China, Scott. I think it's a very friendly meeting. They look forward to doing it in an elegant way. China, as you know, has a tremendous trade surplus with us, and we just can't have that. And but I think it's going to be very good for both countries. I would like to see China opened. You know, one of the big things here is, and nobody would know this, but the UK was largely closed. It was very much closed to trade, and now it's opened. And a lot of the financial reporters are very happy about that because so much. I listened to them. I hope they get countries opened up, and then you compete on a fair basis. But you can't compete when you're not allowed to go there. China would be the #1 example of that. You know, it's very closed. We almost had it last time before COVID. And that didn't work out. But we made a great deal with China. They had to buy $50 billion worth of our food products. And it was a great deal, doing very well for our farmers. And then when Biden came in, as usual, nothing happened. You know, he didn't enforce it. And it got less. And ultimately, you know, destroyed a great deal. That was a great deal. But no, I think that we're going to have a good weekend with China. I think they have a lot to gain. I do think they have far more to gain than we do in a sense. But we're going to have a very good weekend.
Will you speak to Xi after the weekend talks?
I might, yeah, sure, depending on what Scott says. We Scott is doing certain countries and Howard's doing certain countries. I mean, I wish I had like 10 more of each. Then we could do them all at one time. But there will be a time, we'll do a number of them. And then there'll be a time, I think I can say this, Scott and Howard, where we're just going to say, because we understand the countries, we understand what they want, where we're just going to make the deal. In other words, we don't need the country involvement because we've already had it. And we'll say this particular country, which had big surpluses, let's say, we had therefore deficits, that this particular country is going to pay a 25% tariff or a 30% or a 50% or 10%. Or whatever it may be. I think we should explain it now, Howard. One of the things we did here that we'll rarely do is on cars, we took it from 25 to 10 on Rolls-Royce because Rolls-Royce is not going to be built here. I wouldn't even ask them to do that. You know, it's a very special car. And it's a very limited number, too. It's not, you know, one of the monster car companies that makes millions of cars. They make a very small number of cars that are super luxury, and that includes Bentley and Jaguar. So we have some very special cars. So in order to help that industry, and that's really, you know, handmade stuff, and they've been doing it for a long time in the same location. And I said, yeah, that would be good. Let's help them out with that one.
All
But
the
that's
puts
different than
gone
a car
now.
company
We're pumping because he said he might
comes out
lower
and makes
tariffs
millions
on
of cars.
China.
We'd still be doing it in our country. They're going to build. We have many factories, car plants being built or going to be built very
resistance
soon.
here.
I think we can say that we'll be close to $10 trillion of investment. I think we're actually at that number now. If you add up some of the ones we haven't heard about yet.
We do have some
I mean, we have
calls
some
up
going
to
up right now. They have
about
plans
80
going up, and they
right
haven't
now.
even spoken to us. They're doing it because of the tariffs. And tariffs have always been used against us, and I never understood. I used to sit back. As you know, China paid hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs when I was president. But until then, China never paid anything. And, you know, they really did a big number on us from the standpoint of trade. But we are using tariffs now for our benefit. And We have now
56,
close to
99,
$10 trillion.
50.
Think of that, 10 trillion. If you look at the past administration,
Yes.
and we're talking about over, essentially 2 months, because we could say 3, but it took a little while to get the office in perfect shape, right? It took a little while to get things done, but once we started, when you think of that, close to $10 trillion of investment, you've had years where the United States wouldn't do that wouldn't do 1 trillion in a year, wouldn't do anywhere near 1 trillion. We did 10 trillion in 2 months. So it's amazing what's happening. We're getting calls from, and that has to do with chips, has to do with cars. We used to make chips. We had
Yes.
Intel, and we used to make chips. We had a
5700
monopoly on chips. Everything was made here. And now, over a period of years, because of presidents that didn't know what they were
Little
doing,
bit
they
of
allowed that
resistance here.
business to be stolen from us. Most of it moved to Taiwan. And you probably were in the same position, right? Because you had a lot of the chip making capacity, but they moved it in. And if we would have said, that's fine, if you want to move it to Taiwan, that's good. But if you want to sell back into the United States, we're going to put a 50% or 100% tariff on, they would have never left. But we had people sitting here that didn't understand that, and it's too bad. But now they're coming back, because I'm saying it about 40 years too late. But they're coming back. As you know, we have the biggest chip makers in the world spending, in one case, $300 billion, in one case, $500 billion, same as Apple, and in another case, $200 billion. And we're going to have a large share, very, very substantial share of the chip-making market.
You said that this weekend is going to be a friendly visit, but do you expect that it will just be a formality to break the ice, or are they going to get into substantive negotiations?
I believe so, yes. I believe it's substantive, yes. I think people like to say, yes, we're having a meeting to meet. Well, we're meeting, so what are we going to do? Talk about meeting again? I think it's going to be substantive. I think we can say that, right, Scott? Very substantive. Now, China wants to do something. And look, they have to at this point. Essentially, they made $1 trillion a year, and now they have absolutely, no business because of the tariffs. They have no business. And they want to have business, and we want them to have business. We want them to do well. We want them to do very well. So I think it's going to be very substantive.
Because business has slowed down, as you mentioned. We're seeing,
China.
But we're seeing as a result, the ports here in the U.S., the traffic has really slowed, and now thousands of dock workers and truck drivers are worried about their jobs.
Yeah, no, that means we lose less money. When I see that means we lose less money. Look, China was making over $1 trillion, 1.1 trillion, in my opinion. Different numbers from 500 billion to $1 trillion or $1 trillion. I think it was 1.1 trillion. And frankly, if we didn't do business, we would have been better off. Okay, you understand that. So when you say it slowed down, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. But we're going to make it so they can. I'd like to say they can do better, actually, in terms of the bottom line. We'd like to see China opened up so we can compete in China and, give people something that they've never had, access to something. That'd be great for the world. It would be great for our businesses. And I think it would be great for friendship. I really expect a lot of people think I'm a militant guy. I'm really not. I think that trade can bring a greater friendship with China. It can be something good. But, one of the things that I know Scott's going to be talking about very high on the list is open up and let our businesses go into China, because when you talk about a closed country, that's a really closed country. And I think it would be great if it was opened up, give people a lot of choice, and would create a lot of jobs, a lot of everything. So I think it would be a great thing for China. And that's going to be one of the things we'll be discussing, like we discussed with UK. Yeah, please.
So what does Britain have to do for you to drop the baseline 10% tariff that you're maintaining?
Well, I think that's set because that has to do with a lot of different things, including past. There are a lot of past things that we talk. This is very inclusive. We included everything, and that's pretty well set. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, the 10% baseline tariff remaining in place, is that a template for these future trade deals?
No.
You're going to keep it here?
No.
Is it going to stay in every case?
No, that's a low number. They made a good deal. Some will be much higher because they have massive trade surpluses, and in many cases they didn't treat us right. One thing with UK, they had it, somewhat closed, not like a China as an example, but they always treated us with great respect. They treated us with great respect. The template of 10 is probably the lowest end, and therefore they made that deal. But they, we've had just a very special relationship with them. Like, I won't do that deal with cars. I mean, unless somebody shows me that there's another kind of a car that's comparable to a Rolls Royce, and there aren't too many. This is a good commercial for Rolls Royce. They're going to order a lot of cars.
Mr. President, I wonder whether you'd like to buy.
I mean, well, the last time this happened,
I would be happy to suggest a discount, obviously a very modest discount. We have to protect our profit margin.
I've had many of them, actually. The last time that happened, I ended up buying a Tesla. You know. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mary Margaret Olahan with Daily Wire. I had a question about the UK deal today. I heard there was talk that part of the agreement would depend on whether the UK would respect free speech and freedom of religion. I know the VP is really interested in that, talked about that earlier this year. Was there any assurances that you guys got on that front?
You want to handle that?
Yeah, that was not part of the conversation. Our conversation was an economic conversation from start to finish, closed by the president yesterday. This was a business deal, open their markets, and also protect their workers, grow our markets, and help our workers.
This was about business religion. Business is sort of a semi-religion, but not nearly as important. I don't want to get myself into
Mr.
Go ahead, please, in the back. Go ahead.
Mr. President, will you be asking China to help you close, the gap between Ukraine and Russia?
I think so, yeah. I think it's a natural thing to ask.
What do you expect?
Sure. I don't know. I think we're making good progress. Fighting is a little bit different than it was. I think if we weren't involved, Russia would be, going at it to maybe get the whole thing. And without our involvement, they'd be able to get it, because we supplied a lot of different things, foolishly. But we've been sort of paid back by doing the rare earth deal that I talked about before. I think that
Which hasn't been signed yet,
I think
right?
that we will be very much involved in trying to get that bloodbath. It's a bloodbath. It's a horrible situation. 5,000. It's really more than that. But it's 5,000 soldiers on average a week, mostly soldiers, are being killed. Young, beautiful people. I mean, they're being killed. I see the satellite pictures coming back, body parts lying all over fields, heads and arms. It's so terrible. I've never seen anything like it, actually. And if we can get that stopped, that will be a great accomplishment.
That's because you dodged the draft.
We're close, and Mr. Witkoff is talking constantly back and forth. He's a real professional. He's got a great relationship with both countries. And I think we have a good chance. And likewise, we're trying to work on Iran to get that solved without having to get into any bombing, as we say, big bombing. I don't want to do that. I want them to work a deal. I want them to be very successful.
Mr. President, Edward Lawrence from Fox Business.
Yes.
On the non-market barriers, how did you get the UK to bend, and what was the 11th hour deal or ask?
Well, I think it was really just a part of the overall. I mean, they have so many things that are so good for them. It's going to be so good for the country. And that was sort of easy. It wasn't, we had non-market, I call it non-market or non-monetary trade barriers. And we had quite a
There's
few
still
of them.
calls
Not
to
nearly
the
as bad
upside
as some
here and
countries. Some
support
countries
at
have,
75.
they have virtually no
and,
tariff, but
80.
the rest of it is so brutal you can't do business with them, right? So it's a very important question, actually. No, I
We would
think
probably
the
need to
overall,
lose 70 to the
deal just
downside
worked out
to
very well from their standpoint.
start slipping again.
They were willing to give that in order to get other things.
Without
And,
support.
You might want to speak to that, Mr. Ambassador.
Look, the point about the deal is that we will continue reducing tariffs and non-tariff barriers. This is a continuing picture. It's a movie. It's not a still picture here. It's a movie.
Yeah.
It continues. And we're both committed to freeing up trade between our countries. We're both committed to freeing up investment between our countries. And the point about this deal is that it provides a very good template and a very good launch pad for what we can continue to do and build on in the future. And that's what we're both determined to do.
You know, many of the, well, wait, better not say.
That's between us.
Many of the, we'll keep it confidential. Right? Yeah, how about just one more little thing, right? Well, it got the deal closed, and it was handled very well from the other side, too. But
New
many
high
of these
on
things that we're talking
IQ,
about,
still a
we've
lower
been
high
talking
on
about this
EOS.
for 25 years. It's hard to explain when, if you weren't sitting behind this beautiful Resolute desk, you just wouldn't get it. I have been hearing about making a deal with UK for 25 years. And especially around the time of Brexit. They wanted to make a deal, so they came out of Brexit and they make a deal, and how natural. And it just couldn't be done. It couldn't be done. Good people. And this is a bigger deal. This is a much bigger, better, stronger deal for both of us than we ever even contemplated before. It's a big deal.
Virtually everyone said that it would end in failure, it would end in tears, and it's ended in exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
But, Mr. President, can I say that that is due to Secretary Lutnick and Ambassador Greer have been absolutely fantastic. But
Right.
yesterday I received a call, a very diplomatic call that just edged things over the line, and that was from your new ambassador in the United Kingdom.
Who is terrific. Right?
Warren Stevens, he's here.
Where is Warren?
Right here.
Hello, Warren.
He's flying to London tomorrow night. He's going to be very popular with the British people. He's going to be a very successful ambassador.
And
Jesus Christ.
And-
Fucking hurts my ears.
plenty of cash.
We need some more big spenders.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you planning to meet Ursula von der Leyen?
You're going to go ahead fast.
Yes, are you planning to meet Ursula von der Leyen, the president
Oh.
of the European Council anytime soon?
Oh, she's so fantastic, right? She's so fantastic. I hope we're going to meet. Yeah, the answer is yes. I saw her a few days ago. And I think that we'll definitely meet, yeah. The European Union is a big thing. They want to make a deal very badly. You know, everybody wants to make a deal. Look, everybody wants to make a deal with the United States.
Every volume
We're
at
doing that.
10% still hurts
We're
my
gonna make
ears.
fair deals. I'm just honored.
I have
that
mine-
This was the first one. Go ahead, please.
My headphone volume turned like all the way down, and it's still just awful.
That you would have to call him for a meeting. Do you plan to meet with him?
I could
And what
call
do
him
you
for
think
a
about-
meeting, but
and
it's
what-
like talking to a wall. He should
What do
be,
you think about not cutting? The Bank of England cut today.
well, the Bank of England cut, China cut, everybody's cutting but him. It's, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's a shame. I call him Too Late, Too Late Powell, that's his nickname, and it's a shame, it's ridiculous. So
Oh yeah,
need
talk
him.
shit on Powell.
He,
Do it.
He's always too late. But in this case, it's not going to matter that much because our country is so strong. We're so powerful in terms of economic strength and what we've done. And I'll tell you what, if we didn't have our first term, you wouldn't be. We created things in the first term. We cut more regulations than any president in history. We cut the taxes more than anybody in history. And a very big factor is going to be the tax bill that we have right now, the one big beautiful bill, as we call it, which is all-encompassing, the biggest tax cuts ever in history, bigger than even the first time, and the incentives, even great for the UK, because it'll make us so strong that we're going to be doing more business with you. It's a very important element for taxes, for every aspect, regulation cuts. That bill is, I believe it's the biggest bill of its kind ever in the history of this country. And Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune have done an incredible job. I mean, I'll let you know we have to get a vote, but we have a lot of support for that bill. And if that happens on top of all of these trade deals that we're doing, this country will hit a point that you better go out and buy stock now. Let me tell you, this country will be like a rocket ship that goes straight up. This is going to be numbers that nobody's ever seen before. That's a very important element of all of this. If we get that.
But look, he's
If we
manipulating the
don't,
market
and
again.
the Democrats are fighting it only because they want to fight. They have Trump derangement syndrome. If it was somebody else, they wouldn't fight. If you had a normal person, if you had some stiff sitting behind you, they'd be fine. But they have Trump derangement syndrome. Senator Schumer's become a Palestinian. Welcome. I don't know when they're going to give him the ceremony, whatever the ceremony may be. It's terrible what's happened to the Democrats. So, very, very important element of everything.
There's
what we're
resistance at
doing.
95.
Unrelated to today, but related in the
95,
sense
96.
that we'll do, if that passes, we'll do even more business with the UK. We'll have so much. It's the biggest tax cut in history. It's going to make our country zoom. It's going to be incentive, as you know, with the deduction for basically for work. You work, you build, you plant, etc. Your deduction. It's going to be the biggest. It's the biggest bill of its kind ever passed. Maybe the biggest bill ever passed. That's why we call it the one big beautiful bill.
You just announced a new nominee for the U.S. Surgeon General who never finished her residency and is not a practicing physician. So can you explain why you picked her to be America's top doctor?
Because Bobby thought she was fantastic. She's highly, she's a brilliant woman who went through Stanford, and as I understand it, she basically wanted to be an academic as opposed to a surgeon. I think she graduated first in her class at Stanford. And Bobby really thought she was great. I don't know her. I listened to the recommendation of Bobby. I met her yesterday and once before. She's a very outstanding person, a great academic, actually. So I think she'll be great.
Your nominee for U.S. Attorney of D.C. Do you have a backup plan if this Senate?
Oh, I do, yeah, but he's a terrific person. And,
test.
he wasn't getting the support from people that I thought. You know, he's done a very good job. Crime is down 25% in D.C. During his period of time. I'm very disappointed in that, but I have so many different things that I'm doing now with the trade. You know, I'm one person. I can only make, boom, I can only lift that little phone so many times in a day. But we have somebody else that will be great. I just want to say Ed is unbelievable, and hopefully we can bring him into whether it's DOJ or whatever,
10 and 25.
in some capacity, because really outstanding. It was, to me, it was disappointing, I'll be honest. I have to be straight. I was disappointed. A lot of people were disappointed. But that's the way it works sometimes, you know. That's the way it works. And he wasn't rejected, but we felt it would be hard. And we have somebody else that we'll be announcing over the next 2 days who's going to be great.
With companies like Ford and Intel recently saying they're going to raise prices on certain products, how long do you think the American public is going to be patient and wait for you?
Well, I don't think, I think they're saying that just to try and negotiate deals with me. Okay? They're not. Look, tariffs are the most misunderstood thing maybe in any form of business, anywhere in business. Oftentimes the country picks them up.
Was there something actually bullish announced?
The people
Trump said that he could potentially lower
and if Ford did that, they wouldn't sell any cars. And if
tariffs on China, which was
I'm not so sure.
They
also said they're the only country I've heard. They said, well, we're going to go counter. We're going to try going someplace else. That's
like
okay.
the 60 synthetic short.
We'll put 100%
and then this one up here was Trump saying go out and buy stocks.
That's the biggest market. I heard that. I mean, I watched this guy talking about how I'm going to go counter. I said, well, I wouldn't want to have him as an executive too long. The Ford people I know very well, what they're doing is negotiating with us by saying that.
He keeps doing the weird laughing into the mic.
Look,
sycophants.
I put out Truth today, and it said that gas is down, gasoline is down, energy is down, groceries are down, eggs are down. I mean, eggs, thank you very much, but eggs are down. When I came in the first week, you guys hit me with eggs. I said, what the hell happened with eggs? Eggs were up like 170% and going up, and they said don't order any for Easter. And we were thinking about ordering plastic eggs like everybody was doing. And Brooke did a fantastic job, agriculture. Brooke did a fantastic job, and we had hundreds of thousands of eggs out here on the lawn just 2 weeks ago at Easter. But you take a look at the cost. Energy's down. Even interest rates are down. Now, if the chairman of the Fed, Jerome, if he would lower interest rates like China did, like I think UK did, but like numerous other countries have done, it's like jet fuel. It'd be great. But he doesn't want to do it. I think he doesn't want to do it. Probably he's not in love with me. I think that's right. It's sort of a crazy reason, but that's the way life is. Anybody in his position would be like, it would be like jet fuel. But even without that, we're doing well. But remember this, you know, I've watched you people reporting over the last few months that if we do this, you know, prices are going to go through. Well, groceries are down. All of this stuff is down. Lumber is down. Oil is gone to, I mean, we have that thing broke 60, right? $60 a barrel. And $1.98, $1.99 in some cases, and heading in that direction. No, I think it's been amazing, actually. You know, and what that's good for, it gives the consumer more money, and it gives them a better life, because we just came out of the worst inflation, in my opinion, in the history of our country. They say 48 years. But Biden really screwed it up. He screwed up energy. And he also he spent too much money. He was spending it on, green new scam. And that's like throwing the money. See that beautiful window behind? Take money, throw it right out that window, because it's the same thing. He just, he spent $10 trillion. He wasted it. Not only was it bad, it was a negative. It wasn't even like it helped a little bit. It was a real negative. And then on top of it, they let 21 million people into our country without any identification, anything, just let them in. It's very, very sad. Well, we'll do one or two more.
I'm 99 gas. They're all 99 gas.
Go ahead. Who are you with?
I'm with the Daily Telegraph. Now, you know me from another
I
place.
do.
How concerned are you about the UK's reliance on China? Chinese money in the money markets, Chinese exports.
We're not concerned.
Is that something that came up in
Honestly,
discussions?
I'm not concerned about anything. If I was, I wouldn't even be here right now. If I was concerned about anything, and it wouldn't be that, but I wouldn't be here right now. No, we're not concerned. We're going to have, I believe, a very good relationship with China, and a fair relationship, and it'll get bigger and it'll grow. It'll grow. As an example, if they open up the country, that'll be the best thing China ever did for itself. They don't know that yet because, it's been a different system. But that'll be the greatest thing that ever happened to China. The people will be happier. They'll buy for less. They'll see things that they never saw before, and they'll be buying them. And it'll really create great long-term
I think we could go back to delta neutral today.
Secretary, actually, there's a lot of concern about chlorinated chicken, the import of hormone treatment.
It'll be hard to lose
Has that question
5,700.
been addressed, resolved in these talks, or is that something for the continuing?
Maybe. I mean, we're one
I would just say
misspoken statement
very
away
clear,
from
and we
just
have it
falling
in the
again.
terms that we
So,
are going to discuss,
sure, it's
all these types
possible,
of issues,
but
and obviously,
positionally
in a foreign
difficult.
country, whether it's us or them, you got to follow the rules of those types of things. But our point is the rules need to make sure that they are based on science, and that's our expectation. We know the UK believes that too, so we want to come to an
Dave, what's up, dude?
We want the consumers in each country.
Still forgot to cancel. I want to share that I dated the future Surgeon General of the free world for 3 to 4 months 9 years ago, but never loved her like I love you, baby. XOXO. I've been wondering where the fuck you've been, Dave. What's up, dude? Good to see you, man.
As they watched this, I mean, you saw the stock market decline sharply after Liberation Day, and it's rallied back since then.
Well, now it's going to really rally, because, don't forget, they said this is all a pipe dream. And this is a tough one. Somebody would say, well, this is easy. This is much tougher, I think, than any other deal, because they've been at it for so many years, decades, trying to make this deal. And it's very conclusive, and it's a great deal, and it's a very big deal, actually. And no, this is just the beginning. We're going to be having conferences, or at some point we won't have, we'll just put out a statement that we just signed this country, that country. And after a number of these are done, nobody has enough people to do it. We're just going to put out X country is going to pay this, and if they open up, they're going to do this and that, and they're going to be open up. Everybody wants to be here. I say this is where they want to be shopping. They want to shop in this country because we have the consumer. And we have the consumer like nobody else. And, if this country went bad, the whole world would go bad. But we really saved it from going bad. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you about the air traffic control issue? Are you looking at getting
Surreal
software?
I'm glad you asked me about
random
it, because I'm
ladies
just
for
going to be talking
SG.
to now
Huh.
the heads of the airlines and everything else. So I was all set.
We're doing cool stuff with
before we
Gamma
had the
Strike.
election to give out a brand new gorgeous system to one company that was going to do the whole thing, one of the best
advisor
companies
for
in the world. that you know
Nelson
very well.
Rockefeller as
Three or
VP,
four
and his
of them
court
to do it.
merged to form PwC.
And when they took over,
So not like
Buttigieg,
she's way out of left
who
field.
has no clue.
Huh.
He drives to work on his bicycle with his.
So you get married?
With his husband on the back, which is a nice, loving relationship. But he didn't have a clue. This guy didn't have a clue, and he's actually a contender for president. Between him and Crockett, you can have that party. But he didn't know what he was doing. And he took what they call dry systems where you have wires in the earth, buried in the earth or whatever. And then you have the open air systems where you have satellites. And you can't mesh them. Anybody would know that if you went through about 2 months of study in school.
He married the
You
woman I
studied
met
that
2
kind of
months
thing, and
after her.
He
Perfect.
did. They spent tens of billions of dollars trying to take old, broken equipment and merging it into existing new equipment with brand new equipment. It's one of the greatest. They spent like $40 billion.
Well, congratulations, Dave.
And what they did is they made it worse because it doesn't work together. You can't make it work together. If you have a satellite system, you need satellite. If you don't, they had all these different technologies, some of them 50 years old, and they're trying to mesh them in. And they end up spending twice the money they should have. You could have bought a whole new system. So we have a very good guy who you all know, Sean Duffy, is head of transportation. And I've given him a 10-minute lesson in buying, and he's become really good. And we are now in the market to buy a gorgeous, brand new system. The helicopter that crashed into the plane at 400 feet.
What the fuck is a lifestyle
what would have happened is
influencer?
all sorts of bells and sirens would have been going off 3 minutes before that accident happened, if you had the right equipment, but they didn't. And the new equipment is unbelievable what it does. You can have, you don't even, well.
If the press
I was
keeps
gonna say
getting Trump
something, but
to
always, in my
talk,
opinion,
he's
you
going to say
always need
something
pilots. I love
wrong.
pilots. But you wouldn't even have to have pilots. This system is so incredible what they can do. But we have a system that's obsolete. And what they did is the worst. They tried to combine the really old, broken stuff with the new stuff. And you can't combine it, and anybody should have known. So Biden, do you think Biden figured this out? I don't think so, fellas. Do you think he has any clue? He doesn't know what the hell's happening. So here's the story. We're going to be buying a brand new, it's going out to
Those people
business,
sugar and processed food is bad
brand
and
new
sells vitamin in our
state-of-the-art
book.
system that will
Vitamins in
cover
our
the
book.
entire world. I'll give you an example. When my pilot,
I could do
now
that.
I have military pilots, but prior to that, I have very good pilots, great pilots. They would land, and I won't tell you which country, but they would use the system of another country. They wouldn't even use the system of the United States. So if I'm landing in New York or Florida,
Influences
or
people to
Tennessee,
change how they live,
they're
like
using
using
the system
bidets,
from
pizza
another
steals,
country.
etc.
So why is that?
Interesting.
You know, they're not into business, but they're just saying our system
Wait,
doesn't work.
are you saying I'm a
And I
lifestyle
said, well, that's
influencer?
pretty sad. But we were all set to
But
give
I
it
don't have
out
a
to,
book
you know,
or my
you
own
have
branded vitamins.
Raytheon, and you have different companies like that, numerous companies. And you have companies that would do it, like an IBM, as an example. And you give out one deal, one contract. They gave out hundreds of
I feel like
contracts.
Trump has a buzzer in his
They had
pants. Someone
diggers.
keeps pushing him
They
to
had
say
non-diggers.
bullish
They had
statements.
people that focus on
You're probably not
satellites. They had
wrong.
hundreds of different contracts. One contract where one guy is controlling everything. You need a trench.
5,700
and they dig a
test and
trench.
bounce.
But if you don't dig the trench, you don't blame you. What happens is you don't dig it, then they say we want a cost overrun. Now, we have it all set, and we're going to be doing it. We would have done it, except
Maybe.
that the election took a little strange turn.
It's just his butt plug.
But the second one didn't. That
What
was
are
too
these
big to
Gamma
make.
Strike
Thank you very much,
gummies I bought on
everybody.
Amazon? Oh, shit.
Thank you.
I bought a spicy whiskey called Whiskey Pickle. Thanks, man.
It's from Donald Trump on what he's calling victory.
What is he talking about, Elon? I thought Elon went back to Tesla. Elon was done setting up accounts for the Russians and the U.S. Treasury. Went down? We just went up. Character getting levered the fuck up. Yeah. 5-year yield's rising really fast though. We're gonna chop all day now. We could, I mean, we could fail this level. We don't have to. Gamma neutral monthly test by end of day. That's the next, like, important upside target. We gotta see if we can hold above 56.96 first. So we're gonna need to find some sort of durable support in here. I think we could, though. Just give it a minute, wait for more positioning to come in, and I can give you a better outlook. Is the rise bearish? No. Well, it's mostly in the belly of the curve, but it does put a lot of positions at risk that are currently net long the 5-year on futures. So, massive dealer shorts there. Either if the 5-year continues to rise, you could get a long squeeze on it, which might push up yields at the top end of the curve pretty sharply. Hmm. Pretty much everything to the upside from here is bought calls, so... Ballin is charging $550 a month. Gamma Strike's too cheap. Is it? Some people are in it to make money. Some people are in it to put shitty services out of business. Kind of depends what you want to do. Yeah. Hey, hey, Nuke. $550 a month? Did they give you a blowjob as well? No, we haven't done any advertising for Gamma Strike yet. I mean, we're still doing the beta, so. Spam their YouTube channels with your app. How dare you, Sahib? Can't wait for when we have enough customers to put a real load on our stack. Oh man, somebody just bought like 957.30s and 956.80 puts. 730 calls, 80 puts. Big ass strangle. That's a fat bitch. That's crazy, because I just bought that too. I mean, I get it. Either we fail hard as fuck or juice hard as fuck, based on what I see. I don't like the disclaimer at the bottom of your screen. It feels too real businessy. It is a real business, Dave. I think. Hmm. Some bot puts that came in at 5,700, but bot calls 5,705 and 5,700. So, still a bit of support. Not a significant amount of profit taking yet. on in the money positions. Although most of those are just sold puts. There's some sold calls coming in at 57.10. There's a few bought calls out at 20, and that big straddle or strangle leg out at 30. We have a 30-year auction in an hour. Trump said he's going to put 100% on toys if Mattel goes outside the U.S. I missed that one. UK Farmers Union. Our biggest concern with U.S. trade deal is that two agricultural sectors have been singled out to shoulder the heavy burden of removal of tariffs for other industries. Is all of this upside from the US UK deal? No, not at all. We were actually tanking on the deal information being released. Most of this was driven by Trump saying that he might pull back tariffs or lower tariffs on China, and then over here, Trump said to buy the dip. Well, the specific quote was, "Better go out and buy stocks now." Thanks for the TLDR. No problem, man. So the pump is from market manipulation. Yeah. As one does. Wonder if Warren Buffett's about to move all his cash into equities now. Warren Buffett's retiring. He's done with this shit. Little resistance at 10 still. Not a lot. They're starting to sell puts out at 15. Bot calls at 20 and 30. More bot calls coming in. 15, 20, 25. Some in the money. 5,700, 5,695. Thinking good or bad on the auction? I'm thinking bad. Huh. Yields are already up a bit today. I would be surprised if it printed a very big tail. Maybe a small one. This is way on an interview. DEI is back, baby. What did I miss? Why are we mooning? Trump said to buy the dip. He was emphatic about dip buying. Still bot calls out to 30. A little bit of resistance here at 15, but not very much. Hmm. White smoke. Oh, they picked a pip? That's fancy. Open it, Donald the First. 5773. That's the reversal signal. I don't mean for today. Yes, on the daily. It's very significant. There's another significant resistance to the upside too, though, which is the MA 200, which is up at 5748. I use the EMA 30. The MA 200 is just like a big, like, it's like a big systematic level. It's important. Do you use cross as a VMAs? Not often, no. Torre sucks. Even if they legalized weed in America, they wouldn't be a prime beneficiary of it. As it turns out, stoners aren't great business people. I worked with them a few times way back when too, and yes, I agree. They suck. The Fed has another closed door meeting on the 7th. Okay. I don't know if I need to do anything about it. No. There's some like 50. There's still the 5680 puts from the strangle, but some of them have closed already. Down about 400 contracts. Did you change the billionaire icon just now? No. You mean next to your name? That's the amount of like time you've been a billionaire. Which fancy indicator? There's a bunch of them. You gotta be more specific. You know which one I want. No, I don't. I don't know which one he's talking about. He's not being very specific. Nice animal. Well done, man. Yeah, I caught the puts this morning, but I missed out on the first leg of the upside. Although I did buy futures when Trump said buy stocks, because that one seemed kind of inevitable. It seemed like the context was everyone but us is cutting rates, so buy stocks now because when we cut MOASS, that's kind of what he was saying. I don't think the stream's freezing. Is it? Seeing negative gamma of 57.25. 25? It's just bot calls. But no. No long yesterday. When 6,000? Very far away from that happening. Even today, it's going to be really hard to get over like 57.25 or 30. End of month? No. Nothing bullish has actually happened, so it's kind of like, not super fucking impressive right now. Hmm. How often do you utilize moving averages? Pretty much only on the daily. Otherwise, not at all. No problem. Oh. Dealer charm is negative over 5,700. That's not how charm works. But no, it's not. Exposure to charm is positive here. 183 million. What's up? It's the implication of future trade deals going well. I mean, this trade deal didn't go that well. It's not a very good deal. It's kind of meaningless. 10% tariff stays in place. We weren't likely to have anything more than that with Europe anyway. All that matters is China. There's one trade deal that matters. Are we or are we not embargoing China? If we are embargoing China, we should just get to it and be honest about it. Odds we lose 5,700 on this Head and Shoulders. There's not much support below 5,700, but 5,700 is a big fat support, so... Dealer sells as time decays. No. Dealer's gonna buy as time decays here. I don't prefer MAs to EMAs. They have different uses. I use MAs on the daily as long-term confirmation of momentum or trends. But I also use EMAs. Use the EMA 30 on the daily on SPX as a front-weighted confirmation of trend. They're just different. They're just different weightings of trailing indicators. No, the dealer... What? No, it's just delta, not contracts. Sure, I mean, they could use contracts. They're very unlikely to. I don't think we've ever talked about EMA crossovers. I mean, maybe you guys did, but the 50 and 200, like death crosses, maybe. But that's just because it's a systematic signal. And very rare. I'm not the new pope. Did you read Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets? I like my OJ Pope free. Nuke, are you an anti-papist? I don't have a Pi-Fi Pope song. Look at the period after the May 16 expiry. Oh. I could see that as a potential career. If you weren't a stock pope, would you take solace in being a Gordon Ramsay-esque, condescending cooking competition host? That's correct, wilderness. Oh no. Hmm. The next upside ES level that we need to think about is probably interesting. I don't think ES 48 is that significant. A little bit, but it's not that significant. It's like a minor resistance. $26 was resistance, but we already broke through it. Really, the next one that matters to the upside is like 57.72. I guess it's actually 57. God damn it. Hold on. It's 57.73.25. That's about right at the test of our rising wedge too. How do you watch ES? Webull or TradingView or Ninja Trader or AMP? I don't know. Usually I just look at it on TradingView. How much did they buy? 8.8 billion. How big's the auction? Seems excessive, and Basama's talking about dealers getting fucked. I mean, yeah, the Fed's been stepping in and buying more as, well, specifically as, the repo's been drawing down. Although, repo's been not drawing down all that quickly. Russia says they're moving towards a Putin-Trump meeting. Holy fuck, this is boring. There's, like, no interest. Oh, not a lot of interest at 20. It is auction time. Thirty-year yield 4.812 before the auction. Look at the fancy tool. You have to see all the contracts coming in. Never. It's a data pipeline. There'll be a feed at some point, but I saw that before Gamma Strike. Yep. It's also just super interpretive, which is problematic. Is it theoretically possible to automate trades based on this data, or is it an easy way to lose all your money? On which data? On Gamma Strike? I mean, you could. It would have to be interpretive, though, which would be very hard to design. It's possible that one day we'll have, use AI. AI is useless for fucking trading. What's up, Cobra? I don't know why you'd want to trade off of options flow. Bid to cover 2.31, USL's 25 billion, almost all of which was bought by the Fed. Word's 24.05% of the bids at high, 13.92% at primary dealer, 7 bip tail. Interesting. Shitty demand, even with the Fed buying so much. .7 bip tail, sorry. Dealers actually kind of took a bunch of that. Not great. No, I thought you'd been around. Seemed like you were here. The head and shoulders here on the 1 minute. The shoulder at 12:43 and one right now. I don't think we're getting to 57.40. There's no interest up there. Probably even less delta. Yeah. Gamma kind of tops out around 25. We're struggling getting over this. And we just got rejected. Fifty 56.96 is still like a really important level. I mean, if we lose 5,700, we'll get a big move. Or we can get a bigger move. But otherwise, we're probably range bound 5,700 out to like 57.20, 25. There's no reason to think there would be a larger move today. Again. I guess news, but I don't think there's much scheduled for the rest of the day. Is war between India and Pakistan relevant to the SPX? Yeah. we just we just had like all of our major manufacturers of electronics try to move their shit to India, and India then immediately went to war. I'd say that's probably somewhat of a concern. We're not up. I don't think they're anywhere near using nukes on each other. It's not like they're just gonna immediately resort to nuking each other. Yeah. This happens. There's a lot of economic tension, so it makes sense. Breeds war. Trump's gonna lose it over this. Take all the credit. Own a religion. Biden never could have done this. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. 5710 the neckline here. We might be able to get back to like 5700. Maybe. No, 5400 is not possible. We have an American Pope? That's different. thought Trump was Pope. The White House posted it on X. I don't think so. Vol up a bit? Yeah. Vol picks up to the downside of 5710. And then a lot under 5700. Oh, look, bouncing back. How fun. Ugh. Oh, we slipped 10 a little bit. I don't think we're getting hyperinflation on the back of this. Unless we actually go out and, yeah, maybe. If we went into like a very drawn out embargo with China, then possibly. Ooh. Failed to test 15. That's kind of interesting. He didn't say stagflation, unfortunately. It would have been really cool if he had. No, J-Pow just did nothing, which pissed Trump off a bunch, but not enough, apparently. Yep, the usual. Hmm. I mean, calls haven't sold off that significantly. Ooh, repo went up. 139.76. There's a few bot puts at 10.05, 5,700. But there's still some bot calls at 57.15 and 56.95. We already crashed. Question is, are we going to crash again? Maybe. I would suggest exercising patience, however. I'm sure you will next time. We didn't have a correction. Where the fucking NQ was down 25% in like a week. We might. This could be a failure of 5700. Or at least we might test it. Again, 5700, very big support. Also, most of the bot puts are in the money now, so at least the ones near spot. So you might get a bounce on profit taking. Rising tensions between the US and the rest of the world could easily give us more crashes. There's also a metric fuck ton of people that piled into US debt at like relatively at relatively low yields compared to like the 2-year average. which means that should yields rise on the back of rising inflation, those positions would be significantly at risk. Whoops. Yeah. I'm never not setting stops again. I'm so regarded. I know. That's correct. You're not wrong. Yeah. The 10-year moving up drastically after the 30-year auction is not bullish. I think the reality of our current situation is Trump is saying a lot of shit, but no one believes it. Well, those people don't run the bond market. So the market's been in roughly the same place for well over a week. Kirk, they picked an American Pope. I don't think that's the bull signal you think it is. 1 second. Oh, goody. Let's get a bear song. We haven't broken below 5,700 yet. Below 5,700 is bearish, not here. No, bear songs don't work that way. If I play them at support, then we just fucking bounce. You know the rules. You've been here long enough. We are very close, though, which is kind of surprising. Some 5680 puts bought. Some 95, but also 95 calls. Calls at 5705 and 5710 closed, but there's still open calls at 15. Calls out to the upside of 15 closed. Mostly. Well, a lot of them closed. Are those just my puts? Oh, okay. There's more than that. I mean, the Fed's not really doing enough QE to offset the greater issue, though. They're doing a little, like they're buying some bonds. I mean, not entirely gave up, but a bunch of them have sold off and taken profit. So bullish support up here is waning, not gone. I feel like that's a significant difference too. No puts being sold though. No, there's some. There's some down. They're out of the money though. There's no. I will say this: there's no in the money or at the money puts being actively sold right now. But they might sell them on this bounce. So watch out. Someone just bought like 64 calls at 5705. There's a couple calls trickling into the upside. A little bit of put selling coming in. Not a lot yet. Just like 80, 90 contracts. Nothing significant. Some puts got bought back at 20. The flips? Oh, they're like way below us. 73, 63. Down here. Bunch of calls bought at 5,700, 5,705. No, I don't think we can get out to 40. That's weird. Calls they just bought closing. All right. It's too early, but I'll do it.
When the balls can't pump through gambling neutral, Brother Dirk comes to us all, speaking words of wisdom, let it fall. When we fade,
Still bullish gold. I still have my 2 gold futures contracts.
in front of us all, speaking words of wisdom, let it fall. Let it fall, let it fall.
I don't know if that really means I'm bullish.
Fuck your cause, streaming words of wisdom, let it fall.
They're like $1,300 in the money.
And when bulls are sold, so many puts, for their margin will be called. Gherkin has the answer, let it fall. Though we reached an all-time high, the recession can't be stalled. Gherkin streamed the answer, let it fall. Let it fall, let it fall, let it fall. Fuck your cause, streaming words of wisdom, let it fall. Let it fall, oh, let it fall, let it fall. Fuck your cause, only words of wisdom, let it fall.
It's working.
When it does, we'll have a ball. The pickle jar is ready, let it fall. When the bulls can't pump through delta neutral, Brother Gherkin comes to us all, speaking words of wisdom, let it fall, let it fall, oh, let it fall, and fuck your cause, streaming words of wisdom, let it fall, yes, let it fall, let it fall.
There's the week open test 5706, so watch out for that on ES.
Dork, what have you done? What'd you make for dinner? Why was it pork?
ES 5706 ES. This isn't profit taking. The profit taking is over. This is just falling into some bot puts. Of which there are some coming in out of the money. So we could technically drop a little lower than this. Could you add KOS to Gamma Strike? I can give it to the guys to put on the The list. Are there options on the chain? Like how's OI? It's gotten more liquid over time. Alright. Wonder if we could push down into the sold puts here. Well, if we lose 90, we could fall back to like 75 or 70. There's some bot puts still down at 80 and 75. Pushing into 90. Which could be supportive. Careful. We're still kind of just floating between a bull and a bear market. QS has walk limits? What the fuck is that? Is it like a trailing stop limit? Oh, it's got a time limit? Weird. They adjust your price to find a price they'll fill out within the spread. Okay. Is the drop dead? Interest is flattening out. There's still some bot puts at 5,700 and 5,695. So I would say see what happens on the test at 5,700 here. If calls continue to close, we might fall. There's some bot calls at 5,705, but not very many. Still some bot puts. I'm going to VWAP. Are we? It's pretty fucking far away. I mean, maybe on ES. It's not as far. 5,698. Yeah, I mean, if this fails, I could see that. Failed the 5,700 test. That's a little bearish. Song again? Once is enough. Kidding, didn't fail. Got rejected. It's somewhat significant. I mean, we're back over 5,700. We haven't broken out above it, but there's still some calls at 5,705 that we could test. Puts closing. More calls bought at 5,705. Some coming in at 15. I don't have a matrix eye. Are you beating your chest like McConaughey? No. You guys wanted the bear sign too early. You were warned. It was fine. I had 5680s and they printed. It wasn't, I mean, not much, but it wasn't the worst. Yeah, so no. Although I will warn you, if you don't write the lyrics yourself, everything will just sound really stupid. And even if you do write them yourself, sometimes it'll just put in random words. Bot calls 5, 10, 15, 20. I don't know what the profit percentage on them was, but I got in them at like 285 and I sold them at 433, 416, and 408. It wasn't that great. I think the contract hit a bit higher, but it was okay. I wasn't really paying attention to it. ES and NQ not quite in agreement here. Yeah, ES is struggling a little bit more. But NQ's at like major resistance, so it's possible it sells off harder. I think the most interesting thing about this is this was bullish consolidation that broke up and now failed. Where does the movement stop? Right when I enter every time? Because you're trying to play continuations and reversals. Which is, not always the best. As opposed to playing what? The trend. You can also sell options. What? It's generally pretty bearish, yeah. A little bit. Still support at 5,700 though. CLGW of the near future is chop, 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 unless something significantly changes. I mean, we've pumped on statements, essentially, from Trump that some sort of trade deal is being facilitated with China. Although, currently, no such trade deal has occurred. So it's a little bit, I think it's a little bit up in the air, how it's going to play out. I feel like any negative news and the rug just gets pulled. Like any actual negative news. Which is why no one's buying shit to the upside. Like there's an American Pope. I mean, that's not news. Seems pretty negative to me. I don't think anyone gives a flying fuck about the Pope. Can you show us the trend? Are you blind? It's right here. It's gonna draw on the right part of the screen. No, of course not. No, that's not gonna work either. What the fuck is this? Okay. I can't get these to line up properly. No. Just fucking show you on WeBull. It's just Epic Pen and it sucks. We're breaking up. Hmm. Still some bot calls at 10 and 15. A couple bot puts came in at 05 and 15. There's some sold puts at 57.10.
Popcorn trader put their pickle in
Hey,
water.
it's been a minute. Hanging out
It's
MD
been a
Anderson
minute.
for a round of chemo with Mama
Hanging out at
Popcorn.
MD
Oh my
Anderson
god,
for
what's
a
up,
round of
Pop?
chemo with Mama Popcorn.
Treatment's rough, but she's in good
Treatment is rough,
hands.
but she's
Hope
in
y'all
good
make some
hands.
serious money.
Hope y'all
Win
will make
down.
some
We did a
serious
big
money.
down, but probably
Win
we'll
down.
do another one later.
5.
It's good to see you, man. I'm glad to hear your mom's hanging in there. Guys, it's Popcorn. I told you he was alive. Yeah, send her our best wishes, man. Fuck cancer. Yeah. He has a liquid polymer cereal varnish on him that Clark Griswold invented. Those popcorn never goes stale. I heard the like a trial run of patients in Britain got it's like the first ever like broad spectrum cancer vaccine. That was kind of cool news. Yeah, vaccine. Bring some of that over here with the new trade deal. RFK's gonna block that shit. It's a vaccine for like 15 different types of cancer, supposedly. Do anything for Mother's Day? Yeah, probably. There will not be a Sunday stream. Just FYI. Could you do a Saturday stream? No. Was there a stream tonight? Yes. It's called Nivo Nivolumab. It treats it's used for 15 types of cancer, including skin, bladder, kidney, and esophageal cancers. You guys gonna shield the vol surfaces or what? Yeah? They're so far from done though. We still need them live. What the fuck? JFresh said they're fine. JFresh isn't in charge. Chemistry launch 2020, 2030. It can't be that bad. So the treatment is developed by Bristol Myers Squibb. It's called Nivolumab. Just in time for the next bull market. Nivolumab, yeah, that's the one. Looks like renal cell carcinoma, squamous cell carcinoma of the head and neck, melanoma, classical Hodgkin lymphoma, urothelial carcinoma, colorectal cancer, esophageal squamous cell cancer, carcinoma, gastric cancer, gastroesophageal junction cancer, and esophageal and adenocarcinoma. Adjuvant treatment of resected esophageal or gastroesophageal junction cancer. It's pretty sweet. That can be used in conjunction with other therapeutic agents as well. We can SPX chat, please. Yeah, sure. Is anyone amazed at how good they become at trading with Gamma Strike? I literally used to pray for 400 a day. Now that's like easy to get. It's pretty fucking sweet, I'm not gonna lie. I'm amazed at how consistently I can lose my whole port and then save it over a few weeks, just like Gherk taught us. I'm so proud of you. Failed again. Mini games like Pump the Pickle and Pigeon Wheel Glider? Probably not. The Bulls give up yet? No, they still have calls at 5,700, 05, and 5710. Below us are sold puts, though. So if we lose 5,700 again after the last pump, we might be able to squeeze a little bit to the downside. I would say otherwise a close here looks very likely. So we definitely won't lose 5,700. It'll be hard. But we could. I mean, it's not impossible. Just a little unlikely. Like, I could see us testing 95 without any trouble, but below 95, there's a bit of support from the sold puts. So that would be harder to push into. Although sold puts could close if they're pressured. It's definitely a lot spicier than chopping here. $55.25 tomorrow? I don't think so. Alright, give me a sec. I'll be right back. are we going? Tested 95. I said that was possible. If we drop lower, we could squeeze out some short puts. I feel like closing today below 56.96 again is not a great look. Lots of positive delta. Yeah, but not at 57.05. $57.15 flies. I would say 05 would be a more likely spot to close than 15. Recently, my employer no longer allows access to WeBull on work computers. Does anyone have a recommendation for a similar website app that I can use for tracking price? TradingView? Hotline Bling, but with Gamma Strike being whispered in the background. I would never play a Drake song willingly. Kirk's a Kendrick fan? Better. He's also not Canadian. I mean, Powell shouldn't have cut rates when he did. That was an egregious error. But he can't cut them anymore because the threat of future inflation would push inflation above the neutral rate for Fed funds. And so, essentially, if he were to cut rates anymore, rates would likely just rise in response. And he would create disruptions in the liquidity of the treasury market. Sorry, I'm trying to put stops on these puts. Okay. You could try using more obscure brokerages, maybe, for price. What about, like, what is it, eToro or Tradier or one of those? Dealer shorts could get squeezed out from said liquidity issues if he did do that. Yeah, there's a danger that he could break, like, cause the dollar to break. I don't know how pervasive that issue is, but there is likely a lot of shorting on the front end of the curve because it's expected to fall. In line with the Fed rate cuts and a downside move in inflation. And if shorts are, and also shorts are likely over leveraged there anyway due to like the carry trade, right? So they have to short the front end to hold up the long end. And as long as that remains mostly undisturbed, it's fine. But if the front end were to rise rapidly, it could create a fairly significant amount of issues. I think bulls support this around 5,700, probably. But I mean, slipping here a little bit could drive us down into quite a large pile of short puts. And there will be bullish trend from now and some more bad news later in May and June. We get a bad news tomorrow. We've got, what, 3 days until the 4 days until the supposed meeting between China trade representatives and US trade representatives in Switzerland. Which isn't a whole lot of time. And if those negotiations sour or go south, then the whole narrative supporting price action in this range crumbles. There's also a lot of other, like, pervasive risk. There's inflation starting to hit. There's consumer demand falling. There's a bunch of other shit that can go wrong. Not only consumer demand falling, but inventories falling as well, because a break in the supply chain between us and China that hasn't occurred since COVID. And even in COVID, you know, at its worst, it may not be as bad as this is. Like, goods were still moving during COVID, just much more slowly. And we all know what that did to inflation. Meanwhile, you know, productivity's down, labor costs are up, which, you know, is an environment that is ultimately very, very bad for businesses, and bad for unemployment. Unemployment will likely rise under those conditions. Trying to understand GS for PFE. Yeah, I can take a look. It doesn't look very fucking bullish. Game has fallen off. Got rejected on the last test of GM. I mean, probably not a ton of room to the downside, but maybe a little. Volatility is a little low relative to historic vol. Yeah, there's not much room to the downside on it, like 22. It's not worth shorting or anything. I didn't even know Pinterest had earnings today. AQ and earnings pre-market tomorrow. It was in your Pickles picks a while back. Looking for anything interesting? I hope not. AQM to 7? Just, I mean, they've already affected their, like, long-term plans, so, I mean, I guess I hope that they've pushed down a little bit of debt repayment, and I don't think I really have any other significant hopes for it. I mean, they're a fucking utility company. They just pay a dividend and make cash flows. It's not supposed to be very exciting. How many H100s did they buy for water treatment? I hope 0. Wouldn't Vega puts? I probably wouldn't buy them here. I mean, you could, it's risky. Fixed 3-month is still at like 23. This is like not a great year for Vega puts. Whatever you do, don't buy May 4,500 Ps 3 weeks ago. Alright, that was funny. Is that why I'm down 78k on my September 4850s? Yeah, that sounds like you bought those right near the tippy top. Or more specifically, the very bottom. Why are you guys buying? Never mind. I mean, he bought them at the top of the price for the put. I'm kidding. I don't actually own those. Oh, that's good. That's something I would have done in 2023. Not anymore. Remember VIX low? Vega. Delta. Gamma. Oh, hey, look, we bounced. I wonder if we still close at 57.05. There's still bot puts at 05. Traded since the run up this morning. I traded a few up here, not a lot, because it sucks. The New York Post is not a viable source of information. It's not a legit fucking newspaper. It never has been. Fuck off, Bob. Hmm. We're ripping higher, aren't we? Are we? I don't know. Probably not. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of probably kind of fun on futures, but I'm not playing them. Survived a round of layoffs. Nice. Let me say the last couple hours. I'll re-listen at 2x speed. As is tradition. Yeah, not much. We got some announcements from Trump, and then he told everyone to buy the dip, and we broke 56.96. And that's been about everything that's fucking happened. So. Hmm. 494 QQQ. The tenure is gooning. Which means someone needs to say something bearish. I would like to close right here, ideally. Well, they either need people to push into bonds or they need the Fed to cut rates. But if no one's buying bonds, then the 10-year is going to keep rising, and it's rising significantly faster than the SPX. $57.30, $56.80 got fugged. Yeah, he did. Did you copy trade it? Oh, okay. Yeah, he got fucked hard. He closed most of it out. I think he got out of the puts at a profit. Like a little bit of one, but not the calls. The calls got wrecked. Yeah, markets have a tendency to go down when everybody's bearish, not up. He always told us not to straddle major distance or support. What do you mean major distance? Like far, like strangle? Ah, fuck, now I need this to go back up again. No! My 10-cent butterflies. Resistance support. Yeah, it's usually not a good idea. Especially not large levels. If you have to, you have to do it with theta. Need the theta. $10-cent butterfly sounds like a stripper stage name. That's my stripper stage name. Hmm. Quick, guess the closing price within 10 cents. Hold on. Mm. 570712. I'll write it down. there. Closing below 56.96 was bearish. We pulled back after that. Like hard. The last time we tested up here. So you're saying that if you'd listened to me, you could have just made money instead of bitching? You guys don't get to make predictions. I don't care what you think. Someone did buy a few pits at 85 here. 95, sorry. Are they buying back? Buying back. I have butterflies at 05. There's still bot calls at 5700 and 5710. What do you think AQN will do on earnings? Probably fine. I don't really think they're too affected by the tariffs. Some support on sold puts here. Or we squeeze them out. Hmm. Delta's falling off a little bit. Hmm. Curious. No, you said AQ into 7. I fucking didn't. Seems wildly unrealistic to me. Hmm. Ooh, that's bad. 90 test. Hmm. Is there support here? No, but there might be a 85. If 85 is lost. Back under 70? We lost support. News? Trump seeks a tax hike on the wealthy who earn 2.5 million or more. 7 minutes ago. I don't believe it. Wealthy people don't like to pay taxes. I thought the wealthy would leave if that happened. No, probably not. Where are they going to go? Europe? Taxes are higher. All the other countries kind of suck. Especially if you're rich. Dubai? Rich people, sad. Trump doing Democrat things again. It's got to be very confusing. How do you feel right now? My fucking allergies are bothering me. But I'm fine otherwise. He's a fiscal liberal at heart. I don't think he knows what he is. I want a red day. Well, you're not getting it. But it does look like we're going to close below 56.96. Unless bulls rip this shit in the next 9 minutes. Which probably won't happen after that announcement. Yes, back to 56.96. And back below the weekly open. Or weekly prior week's close. Sorry. Dumpy. Hey, we got to 70. Well, that's not my closing price. Goddamn Trump. I must have gotten some very bad numbers to say something like that. The polls are not... Have you seen, like, the Fox News polls are, like, really bad. Like 30% approval ratings, 30 to like 33 to like 44% approval ratings. So Fox is clearly going on the fake news list. I'm gonna just start my own polling company that just like tells Trump he has 100% approval ratings and see if the government will just pay me money. Real news. That is a good idea. I'll just take everyone's negative answers and throw them out. You'll be invited to ask questions. Sweet. Not only will they pay you, but invite you for a press conference. Actual real news network. I'm gonna call it 100% truth. That way everyone knows. Fuck. And I'm opening 200% truth. Ooh, we could get the religious people on board. We could call it Pure Truth. Pure Truth Network. PTN. Are all the billionaires selling now? Yeah, they have to get their money into another country. 5680 guy's laughing his way to the bank right now. He closed all of his fucking puts earlier. No, he didn't. He still got him, believe. I watched him close them. He closed them all like when we tested the low at it's like, what was it, 87 or some shit, 92 right here. He only had like 500 left and he snapped him closed. He missed out on Trump raising the taxes on the rich. You know what it is? Trump just needs more money. Fuck, he doesn't care who he taxes. They got the report on how much money they're going to make off of tariffs, and they were like, oh shit. Yeah, Trump's going to tax the rich now. Anybody with more than 2.5 million. Trump needs to hit me up when he's going to do some crazy shit. I mean, earlier in the press conference, he said buy the dip, and that was great. So you and nobody in the pickle jar. Sir, we found out who has the money. It's the rich. It's called tariffing the rich. 2.5 million a year, Gherkin. Yeah, I know. The rich. Buy the dips. I can rug you. We should tax the fuck out of the rich. I'm on board. Do it. Take everything. If you make more than $1 billion, you get a 90% tax. 99? Yeah, 99%. No, I'll let them fight over the 1%. It's more fun that way. Doesn't sound as bad. Gherkin will make 2.49 million a year to avoid the tax. That's literally how you do it. That's because he was a Democrat, Max Spires. They don't make an income, though. I know. You have to go after unrealized capital gains. They just take loans against unappreciated assets. Trump is not a traditional Republican. He's not anything. So far, we've got far right-wing policies. We've got Democrat, like far left-wing policies. We have socialist policies, fascist policies, and then some stuff in the middle. If they pay the IRS with cash from loans, the real multiplying effect on the money supply? No, it doesn't create more money. It sounds like a bloop song. I wonder if he's really against abortion. I guarantee, like, I would put money on it, that at some point in Trump's life, he's paid for plenty of abortions. Even when they ask him about it, he's like, ding ding. I think the real question is how many of Trump's bastard children survived of the abortions. All right. Boop. Well, we snuck back in right under the 2 standard deviation VWAP. Closing at 5663.95 after Trump's announcement that he is going to tax earners of 2.5 million a year or greater at a higher rate than what we have currently. This isn't a close back below DN. We're still above delta neutral, still above gamma neutral. Although some of the collapse in the positioning into the end of the day might push those levels up, which we'll update in the overnight. On ES, we lost the 56.96 level again after gaining just above 57.26 to the upside, and this puts us back below the prior week's close, just above 5,700. So, obviously now we have some room to move back to the downside. Prior day's close was at 56.50. We could pull back there. There is a larger trend here, and so another failure before testing the top of the trend is probably a little bit bearish, but I wouldn't say it's significant enough yet. If we lose the trend, that could get interesting. That would be a failure of the breakout here, and if that breakout does fail, then we could start maybe moving down towards more important supports to the downside, like 54.82 or down here at like 54.44. So we'll keep an eye on that. I don't think we have any important data tomorrow. Maybe we do. No, just a shitload of Fed speakers who unanimously voted to pause. I don't think we're going to see any significant change in narrative, so probably won't have much of an effect. Yields rose. There was a tail even after the Fed bid 8.8 billion on the 30-year auction today, which represented a significant chunk of the total auction, I think, which was like 24 or 25 billion. Not sure of the number, but still printed a 0.7 bip tail. after which we saw yields at the top end of the curve move up alongside the yields at the bottom end of the curve that were already rising. The dollar remained elevated on the trade deal earlier today, and some promises of pulling back tariffs on China, where Trump announced that he may lower the currently 145% tariff that's in place. Regardless, though, as we talked about earlier in the week, there's a significant amount of long interest on the 5-year futures. That is getting squeezed. It's getting long squeezed right now. If you go look at the 5-year, it is significantly outpacing the rest of the belly of the curve in its rise. That could create some disruptions, given that longs on the 5-year, or leverage on the 5-year long, was at the highest level ever historically. I think some of that has to do with the basis trade, and attempting to hedge the basis trade after the recent crash. If those positions were to squeeze out, it could be pretty damaging. The demand for some cash to cover those losses could drive equities down. Commodities pretty flat. I mean, I think gold lost some ground, but oil was really quite up significantly. Oil back above 60 a barrel. Gold falling back to 3,300. Correlation dropping throughout the day, but not dropping to new lows. Still slightly higher than it was previously. I think maybe more interesting is that none of the dispersion broke down into the end of the day with the sell-off. So some of that positioning still holding up pretty well. I mean, NQ was up 1% on the day, despite the end of day drop. Not big gains in ES or Dow, but Russell also up quite a bit at 2%. Leverage on the carry trade skyrocketing with the pump in the dollar today. We moved from 8 to 8.3, which is a pretty significant shift. However, the forward yield on volatility is still slightly positive. So I think that's pretty fucking interesting. Correlation on the 3-month continues down. Bond volatility did finally fall below 100. We're obviously looking for a reversal in demand on bonds before we were to see bond volatility rise in any significant way, but volatility is trending down with the continuation of a push into the dispersion trade. Well, the short index, long underlying dispersion trade. Skew, still a little bit out of the money pit demand, which is interesting because that's like 3 days in a row now where we've seen increased pit demand. That could maybe be telling us something about the downside. Correlation between VX and cash VIX breaking down a little further, 94.75%. Down almost 0.5% from yesterday, which is maybe more of a significant move than we've seen in some time. But vol shorts still coming in. They haven't gotten shaken out yet. Yeah, a little bit of a pullback in breadth yesterday, but nothing significant. Fed fund futures moving below 1 rate cut by 2025 now. That's with the productivity and wage data today. This is maybe kind of significant because they could start to price out a rate cut. If we see a bump in inflation, we could see rate cuts for the rest of the year priced out entirely, which would tighten financial conditions pretty significantly. Bear steepener, which was down much more earlier today, actually ended up 2% at the end of the day, which is kind of neat. And then lastly, we'll go out here and take a look at the technical side of things. We got a higher high, but very sharply rejected off of the prior consolidation trend. We still have not tested the 200 MA, and we have still not closed above 56.96, which is that November 2024 low. it's possible that this rejection carries a little bit of a stronger continuation. We got to see if the breakout fails. But I would be looking back at the 5600 level to see if we get any kind of support there. If we do get support there, we'd probably move up. If we fail, I would look to like the 50 MA, 55.35, around the 30 EMA. I mean, we don't really have much else to go off of here. Because the next significant support to the downside is at like 54.88 and then 54.02 on the monthly time frame. So still struggling to break out higher, and still not a reversal over the prior high. So in the longer run, if we got on the weekly and we take a look at like the 2050, this is still a little bearish. This is still just a bear rally. It's failed to break up above 57.73, where, you know, we would actually get a reversal. And so, you know, any failure here would likely lead to more downside, and then either a higher low, a double bottom, or a lower low, depending on how things play out. So, yeah, this is still, we're still pretty much flat on the week, and we're at Thursday. I would say that a more bearish close here, like if we were to close tomorrow under 56.11, that would add a bit of bearish bias to next week. Right now it's a bit neutral. But we'll keep an eye on that. Oh, and today we did reject off of the 50 MA on the weekly. So a 2050 cross on the weekly time frame, also very bearish, much like the death cross, maybe even more so. So we'll keep an eye on those levels. I mean, we've been testing them for a fucking week now, a little more than a week, so we know where they're at. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good one. Later. Oh shit, wait a second. Gamma Strike Roundtable tonight, 9 o'clock. I forgot. We have some cool new stuff that we'll show you guys. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll think about it. But be there. Get some questions ready. Like, think of questions that you want to ask and information you want to know, and then ask those questions when we're there. You know? Cool. All right. Later, guys.